friends. Hello, Slot Borato, Kudo, Jirole, CEO, Jose Ninja, MNC, Quackon, Destructicon-kun, Ninja, I already said hi to you, and Olivia. Hello everyone. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? I don't know if y'all can tell, but I changed things a little bit. Sorry if that's loud. I don't know if y'all can tell. Can y'all tell that things are different? Not the lighting. The lighting is obviously different. Duh, MNZ, that's clearly not what I'm talking about. No, the angle. I used to have my camera on a little tiny mini tripod between my two monitors, but I finally got a monitor mount. So I can put my camera on my monitor, which saves up so much space on my desk. So much, because I don't have a freaking tripod in the middle of my desk, which is awesome. So it's very nice for just like the peace of mind that comes with a more clear desk. But on the downside, the monitor mount kind of sucks. I got like kind of, the first one that came up on Amazon. And it does not seem very stable. But I mean, it's there and it works, but like, I definitely cannot do any kind of camera movement, because if I touch this thing, it'll fall over. I need to clear my throat. Why does this always happen? I need to start like doing vocal warm-ups before I freaking start streaming, because I usually spend the entire day not talking, and then I come on and stream and I'm like, I don't know how to talk. Or honestly, maybe what I should do is I should do vocal warm-ups on the stream, like a pre-gaming sort of moment, you know what I mean? We can all warm up together, warm up our minds, warm up our bodies. We can do a physical warm-up. We can do a warm-up for ASMR. You know what I'm saying? Did you run? I did go on a run today. I went on a long run, which actually means that I walked most of the time, because I went the longest version of my route, and I ran when I wanted to run, but I honestly I walked like over half of it probably. How's your day going? My day's going well. My day's going very well. Whispering puts the same strain on the vocal cords as shouting. It's not whispering that's the problem, especially because I mostly soft speak. And whenever I do whisper, I whisper softly. And whispering like this is much considerably more healthy for your voice than whispering like this. That's not very good for you. But whispering very, very, very softly is not too bad. I think Frivi was having voice troubles lately. I know Jojo ASMR has voice troubles, or he's talked about having voice troubles too, but honestly, I think that my vocal issues have to do with going outside, because it only happens when I go outside. How do you feel being a potato? I love potatoes, I love root vegetables, I love the soil and the earth, and I'm happy to be a potato. How's the dinner? Did you make the gnocchi? I did make the gnocchi. Let's see if I can show y'all, actually. Let's see if So this is like the full meal. There's fried eggplant and garlic bread, and there's like a creamy Alfredo sauce with mushrooms and gnocchi and parsley. But a close-up of the gnocchi is right there. I made them look like little pumpkins, little pumpkin gnocchi. Little pumpkin gnocchi, 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 gnocchi. I was and remain quite proud of my little pumpkin gnocchi. And it was a hit, honestly. It tasted delicious. You can never go wrong with fried eggplant and garlic bread. The gnocchi was good. The sauce was a 7 out of 10. Which is very good. It's very good. I was very good. I mean, I ate all of it, and then I had extra the next day. You know what I mean? So, like, it was good. But I do think that the sauce can be improved upon. Yeah. How long did it take to make them? So I made a ton. The batch that I made was huge. So I have a lot of frozen gnocchi now in the freezer. Because of that, it took a long time. I was making gnocchi for like actually just molding them, cutting them and shaping them, and cutting them and shaping them for probably about 2 hours. It was a lot. It was more than I expected, but I have a lot in the freezer now, so that's good. More seasoning? Actually, the opposite, Jose. I think the sauce was too... it had like too much seasoning and not enough vegetables. Like, I was really glad that I made the mushrooms and the eggplant and the bread to like dip in the sauce, because the sauce by itself was like too strong. The sauce was very, very onion heavy, and if I made the sauce again, I would probably mix in some red bell peppers, and I would put much less nutritional yeast, because I actually wanted it to be more mild, honestly, which is rare for me. I like a lot of seasoning, but it was too, it was too much, honestly. Too much onion, specifically. Was it spicy? The eggplant was spicy, yes, and the sauce was a little bit spicy. I like spicy food, so I wanted it to be spicy, 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 spicy. Did you put too much news to where it got too thick? No, I had the thickness under control, because you can always add more liquid, you know? You can always add more liquid, but I added just too much nooch from like a flavor perspective. And so I actually did add a lot of extra soy milk to the sauce, because I kept wanting to thin it out, not for texture purposes, but like for flavor purposes. It was too strong. But again, like, it was good. It was just, I would have preferred it if it were a little bit more mild, I think. And other than the sauce, how was the rest? The rest was good. 10 out of 10. You truly can't go wrong with garlic bread and, like, frying vegetables. I mean, delicious. Delicious. And the gnocchi was good as well. So, how's y'all's week been so far? What's been up? What's been up? I'm gonna be honest. Monday and Tuesday, I was a very lazy person. I was super lazy. I did not do much. But today, I'm want to do much. I went on a walk and I'm probably gonna go to the gym later. Tomorrow is gonna be a big recording day, I think, probably. And I don't know what I'm gonna do this weekend yet. I have things that I want to record, but I'm not sure exactly what day I'm gonna record them or when. So who knows? Who knows? It's suddenly cold and rainy now. The sad is engaging. It is cold now, but I will say it's like it's kind of the perfect temperature for going on runs. Going on runs at like 9, 10 a.m. feels good right now. I don't need to wear sunscreen anymore, ever. And it's around like high 40s, low 50s, which is cold when you're not running. But when you are running, it's like, perfect, perfect. And NASA, first sub of the night. Thank you so much. Thank you, NASA. Thank you, NASA. Thank you. Clickety click. N A shuck S A click 2 5 8 ishk. Thank you. I've been meaning to ask if you have specific references in mind when doing the vampire video. No, I did not. I think it's kind of just a combination of like, a combination synthesis kind of based off of all of my exposure to vampire stuff. Yeah, there's no like specific myth or specific franchise or series version of a vampire that I'm modeling. Because it's cloudy or because you went in the dark? Because it's cloudy. Because if I remember correctly, you should wear even more sunscreen when it's cloudy because you can't feel how hard the sun is. It depends on the UV index is what I've heard. What I've heard is it doesn't matter how cloudy it is, but look at the UV index, which is on the weather app. And if the UV index is like under 3, then you don't need sunscreen. And if it's over 3, then you do need sunscreen, even if it's cloudy or whatever. And the UV index is around 1 here for the next couple months, probably. So, Morpheus Prime, thank you for your sub. Thank you, Morpheus Prime. Click, O, shk, R, B, shk, H, shk, tuk, E, U, click, S, P, R, I, dot, M, E, shk, 9, sk, 3, click. Thank you, Morpheus Prime. Thank you, Morpheus Prime. Shaka, 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 shaka. And Green Ninja, thank you for your tip. Thank you as well. Yes, let's see what the cards have for Green Ninja. You mean to tell me you didn't tap into your deep-rooted Twilight Vampire Knight vampire knowledge for these videos? No, I definitely didn't. Vampire Knight is like super uncompelling when it comes to its lore, I will say, so I don't think that particular vampire lore has influenced me at all, really. The story of Vampire Knight is interesting, but not because of its like vampire lore aspects. I think as far as vampire lore goes, the things that have been most influential for me are Twilight, Vampire Diaries, Twilight, Vampire Diaries, Let the Right One In / Let Me In, Dracula, what other vampires are in my head? The original Russian one or the American remake? Both. What other vampire myths are in my head? I never watched True Blood, and I never watched or read The Vampire Lestat. Oh yeah, the Strees. I don't know how it's pronounced, the Greek ones, the Strigoi. But yes, I do know those. The originals, I never actually watched the originals, but the lore is covered in the Vampire Diaries, and they're the same universe, so, I think that, yeah. It's not Greek, though. Greek is Vir Kalakas. I haven't even heard of those. But I feel like I have heard of the Strigoi. I thought they were Greek. Maybe I'm thinking of something different, though. What am I thinking of? Because I know there's something Greek that's like a vampire that I'm thinking of. I think they're featured in Percy Jackson. First time catching stream from Finland, so I'm usually sleeping around this time. Oh, welcome, Mimosa Lover. Welcome. Glad to have you. There's a cafe in my neighborhood called Lestat's. Interesting. Did you watch Midnight Mass? No. There's a pretty strong critique of Christianity through the lens of this type of dark fantasy. Interesting. People have recommended Midnight Mass to me. I never heard it recommended to me in the sense that it was a critique of Christianity. I just heard that it was like a dark, like Christian-based horror, kind of. Strigoi means undead. Huh, I wonder what I'm thinking of. Oh, I'm thinking of the Empousa, something like that. There's a Greek monster in mythology, and it's something like Empousa or Empusa, Empousa, maybe? Empusa? Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Empusa. Hello, Levante. Hello, welcome in. Kratos probably killed that. I don't know about Kratos, but I'm pretty sure Percy Jackson and Rachel Elizabeth Dare killed them in the band room at a boarding school at least once. Are those vampires, though? I thought they were just kind of monsters. They're not vampires, but they are considered by some people to be a sort of ancestor to the myth of the vampire, because there's some similar mythical aspects, I guess. Kelly was their name. Okay. What do the cards have for Green Ninja? Green Ninja. Oh, Strigoi and The Witcher, that's why they sounded familiar? Maybe. Do you think vampire could somehow exist? Yeah. Yes, I do. I can actually talk about this. We can ramble about this after Green Ninja reading number 85. Alright. First card is the Five of Pentacles, and the Four of Cups, the Emperor, the Five of Pentacles, and the Four of Cups. The Emperor. This to me feels like this tarot is like this tarot reading is like describing a feeling more than a story. And the feeling is like when you are when you rise the ranks of a group to the point where you have a lot of authority and respect, but now you are above the point in like the hierarchy of being able to actually enjoy your place in it or participation in it. It's like you don't reap the benefits anymore of being in you don't reap the benefits of being in a wealthy kingdom, because now you are the person distributing the wealth, which if you were a bad leader, you could use that position of power to hoard it, sure, but you're a good leader, so you use your position of power to distribute it. You are at the top, and you're spending all of your time managing and leading and doing all of this, and so because of that, you don't actually get to like have fun anymore in the same way that maybe like the merchant class does. Hello, Sherry Lorraine. Hello, Sherry. Hello. So nice to see you. Welcome in. So glad to see y'all. Welcome. Hello. My name is Sleepy, and I make ASMR on Twitch and YouTube. I'm so honored. I love your stream so much. And your YouTube videos. Welcome in. And thank you, Sinchobe. Hello, Sinchobe. We also have some subs. Thank you so much. Slozenge, Kenny Straw Hat, and Peacekeeper for subbing. Thank you very much. S-L-A-U-G-E. Thank you, Slozenge. And Kenny. K-E, shk, and click, Y, shk, underscore, S-D, click, R, shk, A-W, shk, H, shk, A-D. Thank you. And Peacekeeper, welcome in. 10 months. Thank you so much. Peacekeeper. B, click, 3, shk, A, shk, C, 3, shk, underscore, K, 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 3, shk, P, click, 3, shk, I, shk, t. Thank you. Alright, we're doing a tarot reading for Green Ninja, and I was just saying that this reading feels like it's about a leader who's climbed the ranks to the point where it seems as if they don't get to actually reap the benefits of being in a good kingdom, so to speak, anymore, because they're in charge of it. They're so busy making the kingdom good and happy for all of its citizens that they feel alienated from the joy that they provide, from the wealth that they provide, from the security and protection that they provide. The feeling of alienation is strong here with the Emperor and the Five of Pentacles. Similarly, though, the combination with the Emperor and the Four of Cups strikes me as the feeling of like knowing that it's your role, knowing that it's something that you've chosen, and sticking with it out of principle, even though it feels a little bit dry and unsatisfying. Sinchope, thank you for your tip. Yes, I will give you a reading right after Green Ninjas. Let's get another card for Green Ninja. The Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords. Interesting. Some kind of truth coming through there, but I'm not quite sure what it's referring to, so let's get an oracle card. Let's see if we can get some clarity. A Tarf. Frustration and dispute. Allow your mind to wander. Hinder yourself from unnecessary answers. Hinder yourself from unnecessary answers. Oh, this almost seems like it's a warning against the Ace of Swords. It's saying like the Ace of Swords is sort of almost a distraction. It's something that's true, but it's distracting and unnecessary and takes you away from your responsibility. It's kind of like a you know, in like debates when they talk about like whataboutisms, that's kind of like what the Ace of Swords is acting like right here. So it's like you're in a situation, you feel a little dry about the situation, a little uninspired, and you can list off true reasons about why it's bad. You know, you can complain, but none of those are reasons for you to, none of those are substantial enough reasons for you to leave your post. The Emperor is one of the most loyal and conscientious cards, and I think that this reading is about you being committed to your job, even though you have a million complaints about it. Even though there are truths that are shitty about your job, you are committed to it. And if you focus too much on those distracting truths, then you're going to cause yourself more suffering than you need, okay? Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that that resonated. I hope that that made sense for you. And I hope that you enjoyed. Thank you very much. And I of Newt, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your sub. 14 months. Gosh, we got some long staying campers in this club. Thank you, I of Newt. E Y E O F N E W D underscore click. Thank you. How do I see how long mine is? I don't know. I don't know how Twitch works. I actually have no idea. But I think the longest people have around 31 to 32 months. And Sinchobe, you're probably around there. Probably around there. Alright. 21. Well, there you go. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, let's see what the cards have for you, Sinchobe. Sinchobe, 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 Sinchobe. Let's do the... Oh, sorry if that was loud. I apologize. Let's see what the cards have. Let's see what the cards have. We have the Six of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Hierophant. Okay, this is a reading about being patient with yourself, and it's an affirmation that you will have time to pay back your debts, and that if you're feeling any sort of anxiety or uncertainty in yourself and in your own ability to like pay people back or pay institutions back or like keep true to your promises and keep true to your word, this reading is saying that you're on the right track and all you need to do is be patient and be disciplined, and you're already doing those things. The Hierophant is an affirmation of your discipline and your loyalty, and the Hanged Man is an affirmation of your ability to be patient, and also like the necessitation kind of your patience. You can't pay your debts now. You can't. It has to be something that you do over time, and you have time, Sinchobe. You have time, so it's okay to be on that grind. It's okay to be on that grind. Let's get an oracle card as well. We have a Akarpa. Separation and conflict. Turn your problems into opportunities. Treat hostility with kindness. Yes, turn your problems into opportunities. My throat. I need to clear my throat again. I'm sorry. Okay. Turn your problems into opportunities. That sounds so much to me like the freaking concept of like debt in the economic sense. You know what I mean? And I think that that's what this reading is about. That you setting a good... I feel like this reading is about like credit. What a weird thing, but I feel like this reading is about like credit and debt and paying things back over time being more beneficial than trying to rush into paying things back, if that makes sense. Trust in yourself, trust in your longevity, trust in your discipline, and it's going to actually kind of multiply your prosperity in some ways. So, good luck. Good luck, Sinchobe. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that it resonated and I hope that you enjoyed. Sleepy's the one guy on TikTok that gives financial advice to people unprepared. No. Sleepy is that one person on Twitch who's not giving financial advice, okay? Sleepy is that one person on Twitch who's not giving financial advice. We're just having fun. Vampires, vampires, vampires. One of my favorite old school channels on YouTube is Of Herbs and Altars. She is a goth, punk, emo, alternative English woman. I actually think I actually think they are non-binary. So I will be trying to say they. My bad. But they are alternative and they're very interesting and they're a really good author. And I think they've written a book, but a lot of so they grew up in the mid 2000s then. They grew up in the 90s and 2000s. I think they were kind of like a teenager in the 2000s. I feel like they were born in like the mid 80s, early 90s or something like that. You know what I mean? They got a witchy aesthetic, that's for sure. They're like, okay, Of Herbs and Altars ran so that the witchy aesthetic could fly, all right? They were like they're too rooted in history for me to say that they merely have a witchy aesthetic. They are like a true goth alt English icon, okay? The witchy precursor? Yeah. When I think witchy, I think like innocent Pinterest girlies who like wanna have some kind of interesting darkness to them. But Of Herbs and Altars is legit. They're legit, and their videos are so well written. I don't know how thoroughly they script their videos. Some of them feel like fully word by word scripted. Some of them feel a little bit more bullet pointy. But either way, they have just they have such a way with language. I love the way they write. I love the way they speak. They tell phenomenal stories. And one of their interests is the supernatural and vampires. Their channel seems to mostly be about like the emo punk goth scene history and their experience in it, their experience with eating disorders and addictions, and their experience with the supernatural. And then there's a little bit of like fashion and makeup stuff, but it's mostly like supernatural stuff, punk emo goth scene stuff, eating disorders and addiction stuff. Very interesting person. Incredible way with words. But something that they talk about in their videos relatively frequently when they're talking about the supernatural is the real vampire scene. And I think they made a video about this fairly recently, so that's why they're on my mind with this. But also just growing up in New Orleans, or not in New Orleans, but near New Orleans. New Orleans is kind of it's known, for the people who know, to be a hub for real life vampires. Now, vampires as they're talked about in myth are clearly not exactly the same thing as what we call real life vampires. Real life vampires in New Orleans are outsiders who take on a sort of gothic aesthetic and Victorian gothic fashion, and they are outsiders to the point that they feel completely alienated from the human experience, and they oftentimes join sort of covens, and they may or may not consume human blood, but obviously they are biologically human, and so they are presumably also consuming food and aging and doing all of the human things, right? But they do, as much as they can, practically take on the lifestyle of what they imagine vampires do. And some of that is kind of lighthearted, LARPy, nerdy nonsense. And some of it is a real feeling of alienation and a chosen family and a desperation, I think, for I don't know, touching darkness in a way. A deep attraction to the ideas of darkness, which are kind of encapsulated in vampirism. But Of Herbs and Altars talks about what they've kind of fit more into the modern world. No. If only because they don't want to. No. Does socioeconomic class play a factor in this type of creeping? I don't think so. I mean, I don't think it's limited by class. It's in New Orleans, right? But, I mean, I don't know personally people who are involved in these groups, but I do know someone who does know people who are involved in these groups. But, so, you know, my source, like, I don't know that much, but the sense that I get is that it's a collection of people who don't give a fuck about their class. You know, it's people who feel alienated. It's poor people, it's rich people, it's black people, it's white people. It's not racially segregated. It's not class segregated. It's outsiders. It's people who do not feel that they belong, and it's not on class lines, as far as I've been able to tell. Drippy Neutron, thank you for your prime. Thank you. D click R shk I dot P shk Y click N U shk E shk T click R shk O N shk. Thank you. But it's a social group in the sense that they get together for those reasons. It's a social group, in the sense they get together for those reasons. I mean, a lot of times they live together, so saying they get together for those reasons is like a little bit weird. They live together a lot of the time. Or they do, if they don't live together, they do form social groups, but it's pretty tight-knit from what I understand. But Of Herbs and Altars does have a couple really good deep dives into sort of the psychology surrounding real-life vampirism and its connection into modern day romanticization of mental illness, which I think is a really, really interesting analysis that they've done. So I really appreciate their analysis. I think they did it relatively recently, but I thought that they said it really, really well. I'm not going to say it as well as they did, so I honestly recommend you check out that video of theirs, which I don't remember the title of it. I could probably find it. But basically, they do mention the fact that there are enough of these real-life vampires at this point who have been identifying that way for, multiple decades, that they are able to kind of form a actual a sort of demographic that wants to be studied. You know what I mean? Like, these people are coming together and going to scientists and saying, we think we have a problem because we want to drink blood. Please observe us as a group and figure out what is happening, which I think is very, very interesting. Galaxy Wander asks, that being said, do you believe in actual vampires like the one in Let the Right One In or Vampire Diaries could exist? I think that supernatural phenomena definitely, like supernatural phenomena as observed in vampire stories, does exist, but I do not believe in vampires. I do believe in possession, and I also do believe in people doing crazy shit and believing that they're vampires for a number of reasons, for a number of supernatural reasons. So like the things that vampires do, I do think have happened before. You know what I mean? I don't think that there's like actual like vampires that are like turning into bats and shape-shifting and who like can't enter buildings unless they get invited. Like all of those little things I don't think are true. No, I don't believe in vampires in that sense. But I do believe in people who believe that they are vampires. And I do believe that there's a lot of phenomena we don't understand. And if we want to redefine vampires in a more specific way, I would be like open to saying that vampires do exist, but like in the mythological sense that I think most of us are thinking of, like vampires in Twilight and stuff, like no, I don't think those exist. I wonder how deep they live the character though, because in the end they're still humans. I wonder if others get annoyed when the LARP is broken sometimes, or they're so used to the lifestyle that people are able to balance the LARP with reality in a healthy way. Yeah, I mean, I think that if they've done it for long enough, then they balance it with life in a sustainable way. I think healthy is like a weird word, because it's definitely not normal, right? Like there's no way that we can look at these real life vampires and be like, normal. So if you're defining healthy as like what normal folk do and promoting longevity and community and all of that, then like no, probably not. But I do think that they can find a way to balance the LARP with reality in a way that is sustainable for them and in a way that empowers them, which might be more important than physical health for some people, for some types of lives. I think that our culture is obsessed with health, and that's something that, yeah, I have disagreements with. I think that we are entitled to not being healthy. I like health. I like being healthy, but if other people don't want to be healthy, I don't think that you have to like prove the legitimacy of what you're doing by proving that it's healthy. Like, you know what I mean? I think that's weird. Isn't there a really big vampire ball in New Orleans that happens every year? Yeah, but more importantly, there's small vampire balls. You know? Like, sure, there's a big vampire ball, but the more important ones are the ones that tourists are not going to. You think there may be some sort of psychological reason for going so hard on our lifestyle? I think there's a psychological reason for doing everything we do, right? My thoughts on real life vampires. Are you being an asshole about it? If not, you're probably fine. Yeah, I think that that's valid. I think a lot of these people can consider themselves sufferers of vampirism, sufferers of the darkness. I'm so sorry if these cat rubbing mic is annoying. I cannot stop her. I'll scratch her face so that she doesn't scratch it on the mic. What was I saying? Oh yes, these people consider themselves like sufferers of vampirism. A lot of the time, sufferers of this darkness that they can't resist, that they must act upon. So instead of choosing it, it chose them. I think no. They chose it in the same sense that, like, they chose the darkness. Like, they chose it, but it's like hard, you know? You know what I mean? It's like classic emo punk shit. I have to take on the mantle of darkness because the world needs balance. You know what I mean? Like, there's a type of person in the world that convinces themselves that they must be of the darkness. Because if they are not dark, how will the world recognize how good the world is, or something? You know what I'm talking about? There's people like that. So they're Batman? Yeah, kind of. It's like, I choose it because I have to be the bearer. Right. I mean, obviously every individual person is going to be different. There's other people for whom it's like a sort of self-punishment, probably. There's other people who do just choose it for aesthetic reasons, for fun reasons, because their best friend told them to. Like, they're not a monolith. But there are things similar about all of them that make them enough of a demographic that they desire to be studied as a demographic. Yeah. Mortis, thank you for your tip. Yes, what can I read for you? Hello. What's up? Certain vampires are not exactly dark or goth, though, haha. Lestat is more sort of jester kind of vampire. Interesting. So I try to carry off a little darkness on my back till things are brighter. I'm the man in black. Yeah. I am unconvinced of this sort of motivation in people a lot. Loathe. Screaming. Okay. Let's see what these lyrics are. Why have darkness when you can just have goodness? That's what I'm saying. Destructicon. Take a step back, knowing all that's real. Breathe out, alone again, drowning in the noise, the slow learner. Distance and fire that surrounds us. There are pyres all around you. Can't you see? Do you see them? Distance, leaving like the first time I did, screaming like the first time. Doesn't always have to be so black and white. Pull the wool over my eyes one last time. Take a step back, letting go of the fear. Tonight I am alone again. All I hear is noise, deafening hopelessly. I have no voice, but I'm screaming, living in tragedy. And now nothing is how it once seemed. Distance leaving like the first time I did screaming. Like the first time doesn't always have to be so black and white. Pull the wool over my eyes one last time, I will write to you. Through the stars and the clouds with threads in the air. Take your dreams with mine. Distance leaving like the first time I did screaming. Doesn't always have to be so black and white. Pull the wool over my eyes one last time, Lovely, lovely Mortis. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Shuk, shuk, shuk. Cat. Cat moment. Can't let her win. I was actually thinking about this earlier today, about how I think people oftentimes think about the battle on Earth being won between good people and bad people. And I feel like the cause of most conflict on Earth is a conflict between pacifists and protectors, both of whom consider themselves to be good people. There's people who believe there's never any reason to do bad, and then there's people who believe that they must do bad for the greater good. And there's a lot of people who believe both of those things. And I think that that is like the main source of conflict in the world. It's very rare to just have a bad, evil person who wants to be bad and evil. There are people like that. But evil by itself is not a good enough motivation for greatness. Every great person, every government power, military regime, every war that's been fought, every movement that has, amassed a following, has done it under the name of good, either a real good or the guise of good, right? The greater good, exactly, Aga. And we must do these things for the greater good. We must do these things because that's what justice is. We must do these things to protect our freedom. We must be evil in this moment to bring about peace afterwards. And then there's other people who refuse to do evil, and they end up being the sacrificial lambs, usually. Or sometimes they end up in positions of power as well. But evil people, like people who I truly believe are like anti-human, are so rare. They're so rare. And usually when it happens, it's the result of like severe mental illness and sociopathy, and those people usually just don't get into power. People who believe they're evil, and people who don't give a fuck about humanity, most of the time they, like the true kind of fruit of anti-humanism, if you want to call it that, is usually laziness. It's not wanting to participate. It's lying a lot. A lot of these stories of like pathological, like truly pathological liars that you hear, these people are not impressive. Like, they're not going to work, and they're not going to school, and they're lying to everyone in their life, and they're freeloading. And that is like an actual, like, like bad person probably, and they're very rare. Like these people who don't do shit but screw over the people in their lives. They exist. But the bigger issues in the world of like, oh my god, big issue, those issues are brought about by good intentions. Good intentions from everyone. It's the battle of the pacifists and the protectors. I was thinking about Cain and Abel. Abel, of course, having eventually been supplanted archetypally by Seth. And Seth slash Abel is the sacrificial person, right? The pacifist, the person who does what they're told. And a lot of times the story is framed as contrasting Abel and Cain's devotion towards God and how much they listen to God. But what I think is more interesting is Cain and Abel's relationship to themselves, right? When Cain didn't sacrifice his fattest calf to God, archetypally as a story, I kind of doubt that it's because, like, Cain didn't love God enough, or Cain didn't care about God, or even, Cain didn't love God as much as Abel loved God. It probably comes, that kind of impulse, in my opinion, comes from a place of, like, God is over there, my fattest calf is right here, and I'm a hungry human. God is someone who I do not know, who doesn't, like, eat food because they're God. I feel like it's more efficient if I eat the fattest calf. That's probably what Cain is thinking, right? It's more efficient if I eat the fattest calf. For me. Because I'm the one serving God. For the greater good, I eat the fattest calf. For the greater good, I have to be selfish. Because I know I will create goodness, so I will eat the fattest calf. And God can get the other one, Abel knows that he can do a great amount of good, even if he isn't selfish. Does that make sense? I don't think the difference between them is how much they loved God. I think it's like, or how much they were devoted, or how much they had faith, or anything like that. I think it's the idea of kind of Abel doing what he was told and what was taught to him, and Cain thinking, Cain was a farmer. Either way, it doesn't actually matter the sacrifice at hand. The biggest pumpkin, okay? The difference isn't the devotion towards God, or it doesn't have to be. I think it's that Cain chose to be selfish because he thought it was the more efficient choice. And you see this in a lot of protector leadership types. The best thing to do is for me to have the best lifestyle, for me to have the most resources, because I'm going to be able to use that to do good and protect other people. Whereas sacrificial people, more pacifistic people, more obedient people, just don't think like that. They know that the way to do the most good in the world is through generosity and sacrifice and loyalty and discipline and listening. They know that the best leadership is doing what you're told. But the unfortunate end of that as well is that we do live in a world with Cains, and the Cains kill the Abels. And the sacrificial people and the pacifistic people oftentimes turn into martyrs. And that's why I say that, like, these are the greater conflicts of the world, you know? And this is why people say we can't have a perfectly pacifistic, socialist, communist government, because there's always going to be the ones who aren't, and they're gonna kill us, which is true. It's true. Like, we unfortunately depend on the protectors, the existence of the protectors. And also, in my opinion, they're the ones who F us all over. But we also do depend on them, which sucks. What do we do with that? What do we do with that? It's the constant, or it's the eternal fantasy of the Hufflepuff and Slytherin ship, right? Because the Slytherin will protect the Hufflepuff. But also, at what cost? At what cost? Our boy Jesus put emphasis on the value of each individual soul, which went against a lot of the greater good mentality at the time. Care for your neighbor, not the state. Yeah. I think caring for your neighbor is important. Yeah, and I think fighting for the greater good it's never a good enough reason for me. It's never a good enough reason for me. I understand it's a good enough reason for states to act and for militaries to act. And it's part of why I am so glad I never have to have those kinds of decisions on my soul, you know? Because I just don't. I don't think I could. Sounds like I joined in on a bit of a somber point. Welcome in, Pumpkin Lunatic. Don't worry, even when we're having somber conversations about the frailties of human nature, I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. I think it all comes down to the fact that some people are just fundamentally different from others, and people suck at getting others to understand their perspective, which then leads to conflict. Yeah. I've come to learn this too late. Relationships suffer greatly when you can't put yourself in another's shoes. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. As a society, we need to focus on helping people who are hurting. I completely agree with that. I completely agree. Like, it's very healthy to understand what you're not responsible for, you know? I'm not responsible for certain flaws that I have, right? And I think that a lot of people want to focus on that. Like they want to talk about why other people should help them. I deserve this from you. I deserve this. You need to help me because this isn't my fault. And that's a very natural human instinct. And it's healthy to an extent to take the blame off of yourself. But I don't think it's... Whenever you take the blame off of yourself, what you should do, instead of using that as like a reason to ask for stuff, is you should use that as a light bulb to say, oh, I need help, I want help, how can I help other people? Which it's not the easiest logical leap, but it is a logical leap, right? And it's the better one to make. If I need help, that means other people need help. And if I want to be the change I want to see in the world, then instead of demanding resources, instead of boycotting society until I get what I want from society, maybe I should start giving to society so that society and other people also give to me, if that makes sense. And obviously different people are in different situations and this can't work for everyone, but I think the vast majority of people have some way to give back and to help, to contribute their gifts to the world. And I think we should do that. I think we should do that. I think we should help other people. Which sounds so obvious and dumb now that I'm saying it out loud, but it is what I believe. As a very anarchist thinking leaning person, I also understand that point of view, and anarchy falls a bit into the utopian kinds of things, but again, utopia is something we should be aspiring. I agree, Ucraniano. I am an idealist, and sometimes, people characterize me as having naive perspectives about the world, but I have my perspectives about the world not out of a lack of experience, but out of out of a obligation to aspire for something better, you know what I mean? So yeah, I relate. Have you read the poem The Lesson by Paul Laurence Dunbar? It beautifully demonstrates what you just said. No, I have not, but let's look it up. If it's short-ish, I'll read it. The Lesson. Paul Laurence Dunbar. Let's see. Yeah, we can read it. My cot was down by a cypress grove, and I sat by my window the whole night long, and heard well up from the deep dark wood a mockingbird's passionate song, And I thought of myself so sad and lone, and my life's cold winter that knew no spring, of my mind so weary and sick and wild, of my heart too sad to sing. But e'en as I listened to the mock-bird's song, a thought stole into my saddened heart, and I said, I can cheer some other soul by carol's simple art. For oft the darkness of hearts and lives come songs that brim with joy and light, as out of the gloom of the cypress grove the mockingbird sings at night. So I sang a lay for a brother's ear in a strain to soothe his bleeding heart, and he smiled at the sound of my voice and lyre, though mine was a feeble art. But at his smile I smiled in turn, and into my soul there came a ray. In trying to soothe another's woes, mine own had passed away. That is perfect, Spruce Weber. That is a good demonstration of what we are talking about. I hate it when someone shuts down an idea because you need to be realistic and don't even try. I understand the sentiment of that logic, but I feel like it hurts progress. Right. It's like, I want what I'm talking about to be realistic. Do you understand? Like, if we're talking about what I want, I'm not talking about what was real in the past. If we're talking about what we're aiming towards, we're talking about the future, and the future is what we make it. The future hasn't happened. It's not real yet. So we want to make it. We get to decide what's real. Like, that's like looking at my muffin batter and me saying, I'm gonna make muffins, and you saying, it's just batter, be realistic. And I'm like, yeah, but it's gonna be muffins if I put it in right, and you don't pull out the power. You just need it. We make the future together. It's realistic if we make it. Some always assume if you don't have a cynical view of the world, then you're naive. Yeah, it's true. No. Don't scratch the carpet. MNC, what you said about the skeleton reminded me of something. I can't believe I forgot. I went to my P.O. box today, and Ferome got me 2 little hanging gibbon plushies. So I put one of them hanging from the moon here, and then I have another one hanging from my piano here. They're little soft hanging gibbons, and they're so cute. They're so cute, Jerome. Thank you so much. They're adorable. They're so cute. They're so cute. Think of a Halloween costume yet? No, I don't have a Halloween costume. I have like Halloween outfits, you know, like I can easily just dress in black and excuse me, and put on like a witch hat, you know, and like pass as being in a costume. But no, I don't have like a fresh Halloween costume. I think a distinction needs to be made between naivety and innocence. For example, Jesus was innocent but not naive. I agree. I think that's an important distinction as well. Yes. My cat is planning. There it is. Camera is stable. Good. My camera mount passed the cat jumping on the desk test. That's very good. Do y'all hear very faintly something resonating? I think I hear most on that note. Do y'all hear it? Put on your headphones. Everyone put on your headphones. Listen close, listen close. Can y'all hear a little bit of a ringing? A little bit of something resonating? I didn't hear it that time. Da, ba, ba, da. I definitely hear it most with that note. Da. It's my hand pan. I have it in a corner. And every now and then, da. Every now and then I resonate with one of the notes. Oh, 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 da, 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 da. Can you play it? Not well. But I can play it, just not well. That one definitely resonates. Da. Y'all can hear that, right? Can you hear it? Da, 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 da. You can't hear it? Can't I just gaslight y'all into hearing it? Just try to hear it, okay? Just pretend like you can hear it. Na, na, I can hear it, for sure. Lurpy, thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Lurpy. L-E-S-K, R-S-K, P-Y. Thank you, underscore. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Slightly sleepy. Ha, art thou bargained in the session for much length? I am. If I understand you correctly, yes. There is yet much length to be forthcoming, forthwith. Forthwith there shall be many length. I'm guessing you finished Love is Blind? No, I have not. I have not. I believe is it the last episodes that aired today? Did the weddings episodes air today? I haven't watched them, but I will, hopefully tonight, hopefully. But I am on the last episode of Love is Blind Habibi right now, the United Arab Emirates Love is Blind. I'm literally on the last episode. I haven't finished it. I got almost through the end of it last night, and then I was falling asleep, so I had to stop. But I love Love is Blind Habibi. It is so cute. I love every single couple. The couples that I didn't like all broke up. So the last 3 remaining couples are adorable. I watched one of the weddings, the wedding between Asma and Mohammed, I think. Asma and Mohammed. No, it's Asma and Khattab. Khattab, I think is his name. Mohammed is another guy. Asma and Khattab. They are so cute, but they said no. It was so sad, obviously. Asma clearly has, like, anxiety, like bad anxiety. But they said no, specifically, Asma said no, because she never got her parents' blessing, because her parents didn't fly to the UAE, to the UAE, and she needed to have her parents' blessing to feel comfortable saying yes on the altar, which very principled of her, you know. So she said no, but like she clearly said it with so much kind of love and sadness towards Khattab, her betrothed. And so after she left the altar, they went and they just kind of held hands and said, you know, this is okay. We're still gonna be together. We're just gonna not do this on the show, and I'm gonna visit your family, and that's fine. We'll just have a more traditional process. So, yeah, they said no. But they're still together, which makes me happy. I think there will be a Love is Blind Habibi reunion at some point, and I hope that they're still together, and I hope that, you know, they have their parents' blessing and everything, because they were just such a cute couple. The other 2 couples are Dunya and Shafiq. Dunya and Shafiq, I think I find the most relatable. Oh god, Shafiq reminds me so much of, honestly, like one of the first guys that I dated. Shafiq reminds me so much of him. And Dunya is a content creator, and so in some senses I feel like I relate to her too. And they are definitely like the young and in love, they're the youngest and most like happy-go-lucky, free-spirited couple on the show, and they're very intensely in love with each other, but also they like fight over literally nothing sometimes, which is very like Love is Blind of them. It kind of seems like it comes out of nowhere. But they're very cute. I like them. I think Dunya is so pretty. Aesthetically, I think she is gorgeous. There's actually this moment in the show where she kind of has a little bit of insecurity over this woman named Noor. And Noor is a model who's also, you know, part of the Love is Blind cast. And so it makes sense that, like, she would have insecurity next to, like, this girl who's a model, right? But personally, for, like, my aesthetic beauty tastes, it blows my mind that Dunya could ever be self-conscious about anything. I feel like her face is, like, perfect. Perfect. And she's beautiful, okay? And Noor, to me, is very, very gorgeous, but she looks like a model to me. Like, I don't know, I'm not as into her aesthetically, I don't think. The names are all Arabic. Is it the Middle Eastern version of the show? Yes, it is. It is. Nobunaga, thank you for your tip. Yes, I'd love to give you a reading. Yes. Yes. Toe Crunch 18877. Thank you for your prime. Thank you very much. T click O ishk C ashk U click and shk C H 188 shk 7 Thank you. Thank you, Toe Crunch, for your prime. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's see what the cards have for Nobunaga. Nobunaga. We have the Chariot, the Ace of Cups, the Chariot, the Ace of Cups, the King of Cups. Nice. We go this way, yeah. And the Queen. Oh my god, the Queen of Cups. Jeez. So all water cards here. Nobunaga. The Chariot is the Cancer card. And then we have the King of Cups, Queen of Cups, and the Ace of Cups. So we are in our feelings with this reading. That's bad? No. I mean, it could be if it were different cards maybe, but these are all strong, positive, good water cards. So this is just an incredible amount of forward momentum out of love. This is love always wins. And this is you can do anything with love. I'm hearing Legally Blonde, What You Want. There's a song in Legally Blonde, the musical, called What You Want. And a lot of it is about Elle Woods going to law school in order to, I mean, it's the I Want It song, and it's Elle Woods getting into law school in order to chase her crush, basically, who just broke up with her. And there's kind of this, what's the word? Not trope, not motif. There's this musical, I guess kind of motif works. There's this musical motif that is kind of interspersed, reprise maybe. That's where she says, "What about love?" And it's her trying to convince people when they say, like, "Why are you doing this? Why are you going all the way to law school? This doesn't make any sense." She always says, "But what about love? You ever been in love? 'Cause if you have, you'll know that love never accepts a defeat. No challenge it can't beat, no place it cannot go. Don't say no to a woman in love. Because she will do anything to chase her beloved. She will do anything to chase her beloved." And that feeling of love in her heart is the most powerful and motivating force in the world. She can do anything with the power of love, and that is what this reading is, Nobunaga. You can do anything with the power of love. You can move tectonic plates, alright? You can put out fires. You can achieve greatness. You can achieve anything that you want with the fountain of love inside of your heart. My heart actually like hurts right now. Like I'm thinking about like just this overwhelming like force. You know how some people have like too much blood? What's that called? Polycythemia? polycythemia? Is that what it is? Polycythemia? I think that is. That's not really related. Well, it kind of is, but it's like there's too much of a font of life, blood, love within you, and you will be able to use it to its fullest extent if you let it out. If you let it produce for you, okay? Oh, I almost dropped all my oracle cards. We have Ozempic. No, I'm kidding. Azobra. Prestige and mastery. May your strength be acknowledged, so respect shines among others. May your strength be acknowledged, so respect shines among others. Your love is like a virus of beauty. Okay? Your love is contagious, and not only will it bring you success and greatness, but if you properly exercise it, it will bring prosperity to those around you. Okay? Feel that love, spread that love. You got this. Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that you enjoyed, and I hope that it resonated. Where do you get your sets of cards? They all look nice. I research them quite a bit. I don't like getting decks that I don't like, so I have gotten them all from different places. But whenever I want a new deck, I look really hard, to like find a deck that I like. This one is the Ethereal Orbs Oracle deck. The journey of healing the soul through the mansions of the moon and the fixed stars. So these are the, I believe it's 28 cards. The 28 mansions of the moon. Yeah, I think it's 28. But the most astrology is solar astrology, right? So it's based on the sun traveling through different constellations. But the moon also travels through different constellations. And some of those constellations are the ones that we are familiar with from solar astrology, and some of them are ones that are not in solar astrology. And so this reading is based off of the mansions of the moon, the mansions of the moon. Hello, love to sleep. Hello. If you have more blood, then you're more red. From what I understand, I think the people who have like too much blood or whatever, I don't think it's bad. Like, it's a relatively benign condition, but it can develop into, like, I think it can put you at higher risk for like certain cancers. But I think they probably have higher blood pressure, but I don't really know for sure. I went to this vegan market the other day. It's like a vegan themed Halloween market, and it was very cute. Lots of fun little vegan things. It's where I got the sea moss that I showed y'all the other day. But also at the vegan market, there was a tarot reader, and I did not go to see them. No, There's a tarot reader at the vegan market, and I thought it was so funny because I was like, tarot is vegan, isn't it? True. True. Tarot reading is vegan. I've observed that for some reason astrology and tarot is mainly a feminine field. I wonder why that is. Spirituality is mainly a feminine enthusiasm. There's many spiritual men, obviously, but I think like if you look at the statistics on like religion, the people who like go to the people who practice their spirituality the most, regardless of what it is largely women. You know, people who go to church, people who do their prayers and do their rituals and do their beads and do, you know, whatever spiritual practice in every religion. I think spirituality is practiced more by women. Statistically. Spirituality is more aligned with emotions. Maybe that's part of it. I think that there is a lot of empowerment to be found in spirituality. Whether that spirituality comes from an institution like a church or a religion, or if it comes from a sort of decentralized thing like tarot or astrology or witchcraft. There's a lot of empowerment to be found in spirituality, and a lot of authority, and I think women oftentimes feel a lack of agency in their lives in general across cultures. And I think that engaging in spirituality is a way of finding real power, and also it's like, yeah, it's a way of finding and gaining real power, but it's also a sort of mental soothing of the feeling of like a lack of agency. Good night, Starlion. Also, more than it being emotional, I think most spirituality is highly communicative. It's highly communicative, and I think women and men are not too different emotionally, but when it comes to sociality, I feel like there's more like biological differences when it comes to communication and sociality than emotions when it comes to men and women, personally. I think men are very emotional, and I think women are very emotional, but I think that women are socialized to be highly communicative in ways that men aren't. And I think that spirituality is an act of communion. I think that women are socialized to look at symbols and like think of sentences in their heads and interpret things and feel comfortable like praying to a god, praying for other people in sentences, you know, like we like communicating in sentences, even if those sentences are in our head, in our prayers. We like going to church. Like, we do these things. We like going to the coven meetings, going to the book clubs, so to speak. I think that's, a feminine strength. That guy, Larry, thank you for your sub. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. D, click, A, shk, D, sk. G, U, sk, Y, click, L, shk. Bor, shk, R, sk, T, sk, R, shk, Y. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. I don't think many women have taken a vow of silence at a Buddhist monastery. Some have. There's also a lot of Christian women who've taken vows of silence at Benedictine monasteries or Cistercian monasteries. It's definitely a thing that happens. Yeah. And what a sacrifice. What a sacrifice that is. Just dropping in to say potatoes are great. Have a good stream. I want to make, oh gosh, are there any Japanese people who can help me? What's the dish called that's like mashed potatoes that you fry? I want to make those. I think it starts with a K. It's like curry? No, it's not. It's not curry. It's like what's happening in my head is like kragadu, crocodile, koroke, karage, koroke. I don't know. I don't know if it's what Wazo said or what Agun said. Karage, koroke, karage. I don't even, I have no idea. Cock-a-doodle-doo? Maybe. They're, karage is fried chicken, then it's probably koroke. It's like mashed potatoes that you fry. I want to make them. They're on my list. They're on my list of foods to make. Yeah. Koroke with panko? Yeah, probably. As a man, I discovered that the way to make other men talk about their emotions is to do an unrelated activity with them, such as jogging or playing video games. Dude, as a woman, that's what I do best too. I joke with my friends that I'm a high tea woman. I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe, who knows, but I don't care. But like, because there are things that I know, like, sometimes I relate to the dudes just a little bit too much. But you can't deny being a high tea woman until you do a blood test. Dude, I need to do a blood test. When you do a blood test, do they measure your hormones? I don't know if they do that at blood tests. But I also talk the best I mean, not even talk. I just socialize the best when I'm like doing something, like when I have a job to do. I'm really bad at just like sitting and chilling. But I mean, I don't think that's a feminine or masculine thing. I think that women do that as well. Like, that is why we go to knitting club and book club and, like do shuck the corn together. Have you never been to a female shucking corn party? All right. Doing like repetitive tasks with your hands and talking to the girls is like the best time to spill the tea. Just like sitting is like, and talking is kind of stressful. Hello, Tibby. Welcome in, welcome in. Quilting together, yes, yes. Yes. Would you ever get a bob? No, probably not. I like having long hair, but I do sometimes do this. I like look in the mirror, and I like put my hair in my shirt, and I'm like, oh. Because I do like short hair. But I like having long hair so much more. You know what I mean? But I do like short hair. Like, it makes me feel like, kind of like young. I feel like bouncy. But, long hair makes me feel like a princess. Like a princess, or like a mermaid, or like an elf. Ethereal, yes. Speaking of hormones, I have a friend who wants to enhance his testosterone levels with boosters he can consume, and since he's a bodybuilder kind of guy, I'm curious to know why is an extra amount of testosterone needed? More plates, more dates. I'm kidding. I don't think that's true. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's not my thing. I don't know. Because it makes you feel good? Does it? Does it? Does it make you feel good? I don't know. For guys, yes. Okay. I'm sure for some it does. If I've learned anything from Mike Israetel, it's that he's an anxious wreck when he is on testosterone. But all guys are different. Everyone's different, of course. Gracie, do you want me to put you on testosterone muscle builders? So you can be a big bodybuilder? Do you want to be the strongest cat who ever was alive? Do you want a 1v1 Greg Doucette? Yes, you do. You want a 1v1 Greg Doucette. What do you want to do? Squats? Deadlifts? Bench press? What do you want to do? Do you want to take Trent? Sleepy Trent cat? How How many Bulgarian split squats can you do, huh? Are you bipedal when you go to the gym? Sketchy, sketchy, sketch, 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 sketch. Scratchy, 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 scratch. Head scratches. Why is your head so itchy, huh? What? Why do you like this? Why do you like this so much? She likes pumpkin. She does. She really does. She likes eating some pumpkin flesh every now and then. Pumpkin flesh cat. Scratchy, 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 scratchy. Dry. Yep. Mic touching. Okay, I won't subject you to that for too long. Are you talking about just scooping out of a pumpkin or canned pumpkin? I used to give her canned pumpkin while she was taking like a dropper medicine. I would put her medicine inside pumpkin and stir it in, and she ate it, so that worked. But every now and then, whenever I make pumpkin for myself and I scoop out the seeds, I put some of those seed scoopings into her food bowl. She doesn't like the seeds, but she will like clean the seeds off, you know what I mean? You know how there's like those like inside the pumpkin squishy flesh parts that are like around the seeds? She likes those, so she'll clean off my seeds for me. She's so happy right now. I know, it's why I'm not going on break. I'll go on break when my cat leaves, okay? When she's not on my lap. The stringy bits? Yeah, she'll eat the stringy bits. Nelly Vision, thank you for your sub. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ask, ishak, L-Y, B-I dot, S-I dot, oshk. Thank you. The strangest, the biggest, like, cultural difference moment that I had watching Love is Blind Habibi was there was this one couple, Karma and Amar, and I liked both of them, okay? I loved Karma and I loved Amar. They were cute. They just both seemed like highly empathetic and principled and productive, and they had good chemistry. I loved them. But they broke up because Karma was a dancer. Not even professionally, just as a hobby, she liked to dance. She didn't do, like any kind of, I would say suggestive, I guess, erotic dance. She didn't do anything like that at all. She just did dancing in her free time. And Amar said, I can never be with someone who's a dancer. And they kind of pushed that down the road a little bit because they liked each other so much. But every time it came up, Amar was just like, I will never marry someone who's a dancer. And Karma was like, exactly, Agan. Karma was like, but it's not like it's my job. I just do it sometimes because I'm an actor and a model and I sometimes dance. And Amar was like, if I will never, my wife will never dance. And she was like, but I'm not doing belly dancing. You understand all dance is different, right? And Amar says, I don't care. All dance is something my wife will not do. And Amar's and Karma's just like, okay, well, we're not getting married then. And then Amar said, you sacrifice me for dance. And she says, yeah? And he says, okay. And then they had to. Oh, and then they like stood up from the table. Oh, it was so sad. They stood up from the table and she said, can I hug you goodbye? And Amar said, you are not my fiance anymore. I will give you a handshake, but I can't hug you. I can't hug you anymore. And she's like, oh, okay. And she kind of awkwardly just like smiled and walked away. It was sad. It was sad. It didn't strike me as like, it really didn't strike me as a red flag or an ew. Like, it struck me as a principle that he had that is not a principle or a value that I have. Like, he doesn't want a wife who's a dancer, and that is probably because of like problematic cultural ideas, but he was very clear about it. And he did say it from the beginning. Like, he did. And he wasn't manipulative about it. He wasn't weird about, like, he was very straightforward. And so I can't say that, I don't really think he did anything wrong, to be honest. Like, I don't think he did anything wrong. He comes from a cultural context where for him that is not appropriate within his family. Obviously, that's not like the culture of everyone in the area. That's just kind of exactly from wherever he's from and wherever his brain is, because other people didn't care in the show, right? But whatever that was real for him, and he was very forward about it from the beginning, like really, really from the beginning. And even his refusal to hug her was in a way like, I think, a pretty fair boundary to set if you're gonna be one of those people who only hugs your family and someone breaks up with you and you're like, I am a person who only hugs my family, then like that's a fair boundary and principle to set. And she respected it as well. She wasn't angry. I like both of them, and I still like both of them even after they broke up. But it was like, wow, because that, again, that's not a principle I have, and it's so hard for me to imagine having a principle of just never wanting your significant other to dance. Like, that's hard for me to imagine. But he was he did have a lot of he maintained a lot of integrity in the situation, so I can't I can't call what he did like really wrong or anything. With that kind of principle, he might be alone a long time. It's possible. It's possible. I mean, he just needs to get with someone who's like a shitty dance, like who doesn't dance because they're like uncoordinated. Which there are plenty. Okay? There are plenty. If you know that's a hard no, why would you allow it to continue? Yeah, I think she was hoping she could change his mind, which she couldn't. She couldn't. The red flag might be thinking he can change the woman into fitting his box of what a wife is. I don't think he intended on changing her. I think he intended on, just like setting a limit. Like, in relationships, we set limits on each other, you know? And for some people, different people have different things that are non-negotiables and that are negotiables, right? He set his non-negotiables really early. I don't think I don't think it's wrong for people to want a specific type of husband or wife. It's definitely limiting, but it's a standard that you set, and you're allowed to pursue that, in my opinion. If they weren't intending on changing each other and they knew it was a hard no, then why would they allow it to get to the point of the "you are my fiance"? I think it was like her more than him who intended on like changing his mind, really. I think that she thought, she could show him the way that she danced and stuff. And that it wasn't, what he may have been imagining, and that she could explain to him how much she loved it. So I think it was more her hoping that she could kind of change his mind and change him. And she just realized that she couldn't, so she left. Which, again, like, fair. She was very cool. What? What? You want me to hug you again because I'm warm? She's just here because I'm warm. Are there any other cultural differences that stick out to you? I mean, yeah, there's plenty of cultural differences that I thought were like, so the show is a coming together of so many different kind of like Arab people coming from different Arab countries. So they talk about their cultural differences fairly often within the show between one another. There's like the Lebanese people, the like Iraqi people, there's the Dubai girl, the Moroccan people, like there's people coming from different places. They speak different first languages, like they're all coming from different places. So they talk about their own cultural differences. The episode that I think I just finished was kind of the bachelorette parties episode. So they talked very specifically about like, this is how we do things in Morocco for the like pre-wedding party. This is how we do things in Lebanon. This is how we do things in Iraq. They have kind of different garb. They're all celebrating together, but they're all kind of partaking in all of their cultural traditions at once, which is really exciting. They do like a henna party, and they also do this like very pretty, like I think it's an Iraqi ritual with like sugar and like this white cloth and these 8 white cups and like, very detailed, intricate things. And the men are doing like a pre-wedding like bathing ritual, which I have never heard of before, but makes sense. You gotta get clean for the wedding day. And one of the guys is like, yeah, usually where I'm from, they scrub you so hard, they kind of like beat you up. And and then the other guys are like, oh, I'm glad we're not doing that. You can see it on their faces. They're like, we don't do that. But of the countries you mentioned, Morocco is probably the most different culturally from the others. Yeah, I got that sense. The Moroccan people, you can tell they feel a little bit more like outsiders, because they're like, let me show you my Moroccan food, let me introduce you to my Moroccan dress, whereas the other ones kind of already know the other stuff, which is cool. Interesting. That sounds like a really good show. Yeah, I think I kind of talked about it last time, but with all of the Love is Blind shows, I like the American one because it's good. Like, it's just good. They have the budget, they have the cast, they have the drama, They have everything. It's a good show. But the ones in like France, Germany, even the like there's like a Sweden one, an England one. There's less of a budget, and they're not interesting enough to make me want to watch it. And I think it's really because there's less of a budget. Like the show just isn't produced as well. And the concept isn't like I would rather just watch the American one, right? But the ones from Japan and the UAE are like culturally different, foreign enough for me that they're like highly interesting and fun for me to watch, even though they still suffer from like less of a budget and stuff. Less high production value, but they're so interesting. I love, witnessing different cultures, witnessing love in different cultures and manners and family dynamics and how weddings are celebrated, how religion and ritual is kind of conceptualized and spiritualized. Yeah, it's been fun. It's fun. There's one Algerian as far as I remember. I watched the show last week. Yeah. Alright. I don't know why I wasn't sold before, but you got me sleepy. I'm gonna check it out. It's fun. Maybe because I deal with enough Arabic stuff in my life. It's kind of like mundane. Interesting. Yeah, actually, the other countries can kind of understand each other's dialects, but the Moroccan dialect is so different it sounds like gibberish to them. Interesting. Yeah, I honestly have never thought that much about Morocco. But, God, I mean, I want to go everywhere. I want to go everywhere, but also like nowhere. Like, I'm not like a crazy like travel person of like I have to see the entire world. But I do want to see the world, and I don't really have preferences. Like, I don't really want to go to like Greece more than France or Japan or South Korea or Ireland or Morocco or South Africa or Australia. Like, I don't know, I don't have preferences. I just like want to get around. You know what I mean? Because I know that it'll be fun and interesting and beautiful wherever I go. I know different trips require different types of preparation, obviously. I don't like think that they're all the same type of travel. I don't think I'm gonna have the same time. But like everywhere is beautiful and interesting. Everywhere has beautiful history and architecture and delicious food. Like, it's gonna be different anywhere I go, but also fun everywhere I go. And yeah, I've never thought too much about Morocco before, but this show definitely talks a lot about Morocco, which makes me think like, that could be fun. I've been to Morocco. They also speak a lot of French, and in the north they speak a lot of Spanish. Interesting. Are you the type of person that, if the opportunity presents itself to you, you take it, but you're not actively looking to travel? I mean, my family is scattered around the US, so I actively have a principle of visiting my family. So, like, it's more of a budget thing, honestly. Like, weirdly enough, traveling within the US isn't that much more or less expensive than traveling to another country. I wish it was cheap, but it's really not. So it's more like I do actively travel, but like my, vacation time that I allow myself and my vacation budget that I allow myself is mostly spent on visiting my family and places that I, already go like frequently. And so that's the main reason why I don't do like a lot of world travel, vacation travel. But yeah, if the opportunity presents itself, I'm much more likely to travel for fun in the world, for sure. Yeah, Morocco's definitely fun, but also a very complex society. They basically are torn between the Western way of life and the Islamic one. Interesting. Yeah, the show Love is Blind Habibi definitely felt like progressive when it comes to values. Like it was wonderful to see such a celebration and like happy representation of Arab culture. Because in the West we do not get that enough. But then there was part of me that was like, even though this is like a beautiful celebration of Arab culture, it also kind of seems like a westernized representation of Arab culture. None of the, primary cast are like wearing hijabs or, and it sometimes it seems like they like there's scenes where some of the men are praying and they like mute it. They mute it and go to like a voiceover as if something else happening. And it's like, okay, I kind of wanted to hear the men pray. So it's like, it kind of feels like they are deliberately diluting some of the culture in order to appeal to a Western audience, which is a little bit cringe. A little bit cringe, but I understand. I understand. Netflix gonna Netflix, right? But yeah, it's interesting because there's not a lot of media that at least I get coming from like the Arab world, and I wish I got more, but some part of me is like what am I asking for? Like what do I expect? I don't know. Like what do I expect? Cuz like they do have uh it is a different culture and they do have different value systems, and media that's going to appeal to a Western audience is either it seems like it almost must like dilute their culture with like weird westernisms, and then if you don't dilute it, then it might just like make people uncomfortable, which is like sad, and I would like disagree with that, but I don't know, like I don't really know what I want is what I'm saying. I think I just want y'all know Steve, what's his name? Steve, he like travels around Europe. Steve, what's his last name? Steve. God, help me. I want him to go to the Middle East. Rick Steves. Rick Steves. Thank you, Hagen. Does Rick Steves go to the Middle East? Does he go to the Arab world? Are there episodes of Rick Steves in Lebanon, Morocco, Algeria? I would eat that up. Like I just want like happy little travel shows. That is a very good question. I think so too. I think so too. Where is my Rick Steves real content coming from the Middle East? Dub face. Thank you. Thank you for your prime. Thank you very much. D click U shk B app shk A click C E. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel like you would get the most out of traveling the world, Sleepy, the way you absorb everything and have a higher appreciation for culture. Aw, thank you. I have family who've traveled a lot, and I've always loved hearing their stories, but yeah, I really haven't had any like whirlwind traveling the world adventures, and I would love to. There are totally travel videos of Rick Steves in the Middle East. Man, Agan, if those travel videos are on YouTube, please put them in the Discord, because I will watch them. I will watch them. I love Rick Steves. I feel like, just now touring outside the US since I have disposable income. Fortunately, I live near BOS and EWR. I'm so sorry. Boston? And EWR? I don't know what that is. But cool. Flights. That's great. Have you seen Rami? Nope, I have not. Mick Jake! Hello, Mick Jake. Hello, hello, hello. There's a Mexican YouTuber that's been in the Middle East, but his videos are in Spanish, but I think he has that AI YouTube translation in his videos. Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice to know. Alright, I am going to go on my break, and I'm going to clear my throat when I go on my break. I will see y'all in 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, click, with more tingles and stories. I am back. I am back. Shaka. Welcome, FSD Faf Kwa. Welcome to the chat. The Middle Eastern view often perceives Westerners as cold and distant, but once they get to know them, they realize it's just a surface impression, the same way Westerners generally think the East is mystical, etc. But when you look deeper into the culture, you find that the differences are mostly outer, and private people are pretty much just regular, beautiful people. Yeah, I mean, that's true of everyone, for sure. We are all just people. We're really, like, the same. But what's cool is how people so the same can express our shared humanity so differently in such a beautiful tapestry, right? Our differences are important because of our shared humanity. Our differences are like potential versions of ourselves, you know, and everyone else. Which is fun and interesting. It's crazy being human. There's a whole dang playlist in for you in the Discord. Oh my god, I'm so hype. I'm so hype, Ogden. Thank you. I have noticed that running with like kind of intentional intensity like really makes it hard for me to recover my legs. It makes like my leg recovery. I'm just struggling. My legs are just not recovering. I feel like it takes me like a full week to be not sore at all. You know what I mean? Which is too long. So I just say F it and go for a run anyway, but with like my legs just like a little bit sore. Which kind of feels bad, but it's also like, yeah, but I have to do it more than once a week. Which is annoying for me. Like, I would normally be wanting to do leg day today at the gym, but I'm just gonna do upper body, I think, because my legs are sore. Running gets you more sore than doing legs at the gym. Yeah, but specifically because of my tibialis muscles. Tibialis. It's my tibialises. My tibialisins are weak. They are weak. I do feel running, like if I go to the gym and I do leg day and then I go for a run, then everything will take much longer to recover. Much longer to recover. But if I am just running, then like, yeah, I definitely feel the strain more on my tibialis than everything else. Did I hear tibialis? Yes. Yes, my tibialis. My tibialis. They're sore. My tibialis is size. I heard Israel say running can be counterproductive because it makes you less active afterwards, whereas walking or jogging is easier to maintain effort. Yeah, I've heard that as well. And it's honestly, it's part of why I like going on walks as well too. You know, it's crazy. My phone has a step counter, right? My phone has a step counter, and whenever I, like my route that I always take, if I walk it, it's like 14 to 15,000 steps, and if I run it, it's like 11,000 steps, which is crazy. I don't know why that's so crazy to me, but it's like, wow, I cut out so many steps when I'm running because I'm jumping a little bit, I guess. The original chill. Thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. T click H E O R I dot G I dot N A click L C H I dot double Thank you, the original chill. I think power walking is where it's at. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I like try to train my run. Whenever I run, I think I said this last stream, but I run as light and as fast as I can, and I power walk with wrist weights and ankle weights because I think it'll make me better at running. Rotman, thank you for your sub. Rotman. R, click, click. O, T, T, M, A, N, click, 3, D. Thank you. Train for the activity you want. Running is a different build from hiking. Yeah, well, I like running and hiking, so I don't need to be the best runner or the best hiker, but I want to be good at both. So I'm training to be good at both and the best at neither. I used to run exclusively with an open tracksuit jacket that opened up like a parachute because I thought it increased my speed. That's so funny, Ashen. I love that. I love that. Ooh, McJake, that's a good question. How big in Louisiana is basketball culture compared to football culture? Football culture is massive. Like, it's a big deal. Basketball culture, I think, is only... Basketball culture, like, only spreads as far as, like, the sports bubble, if that makes sense. But football culture, like, extends out of the sports bubble into everything. So if you are interested in sports... I mean, basketball culture is massive, but if you're not interested in sports, you're not going to be, like, non-consensually, like, shoved football into your face, or sorry, shoved basketball into your face, but you will with football, like, constantly. Football shuts down cities. When there's a football game, the roads shut down. When there's a basketball game, the roads do not shut down, but there's parties happening, surely. Flying in the U.S., it struck me as odd that airports let defense on first. Every other country, they're treated like everyone else. Yeah, the U.S. definitely has a lot of veneration for its, like, armed forces, which I don't think is a bad thing. It kind of depends. Like, I think we should have a lot of respect for our armed forces, for the people willing to do that work. But I also don't think that we should, like, have so much honor for them that it serves as, like, propaganda and, like a manipulation incentivizing people to sacrifice their lives. You know what I mean? But I think that we should have respect for the people who do join the armed forces. I have issues with the military organization, not the individuals. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Respect and support those that went through it, but don't support those that sent them there. Yeah. You're that one girl on YouTube, what the heck? I am the one girl on YouTube. I'm the one girl. It's terrifying. I'm honestly honored to be the one girl on YouTube. It is my claim to fame. Sometimes I get a little bit of imposter syndrome being the one girl on YouTube, but I just try to keep my chin up and remember that someone has to pave the way for the other girlies. So so brave. Exactly, Dubface. I would love to hear Sleepy's best riz. Usually I just summarize the entire plot of Kingdom Hearts. Works pretty well. I gotta say. It's all about knowing your type. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to spot the Kingdom Hearts fans. I don't want you to eat your shoe, Dubface. The original chill. Oh my god. $60. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, I would love to give you a tarot reading. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see what the cards have for the original chill. Okay. We have the Two of Cups. The Moon. And the Ten of Pentacles. Okay, starting off strong here. This is something quiet, blooming into something real. Something that feels like a secret, hidden fantasy between you and someone else turning into something real. I don't know yet if this is a love reading or some sort of, like, just friendship, relationship, platonic, family even thing. I haven't not enough cards have been pulled, not enough specificity, but either way, this is some kind of relationship that you have with someone else that begins very quiet, even secretive, quaint, hidden, and it is fated to bloom into something that is real, and by real I mean recognized by society as something that produces good fruit. You and your relationship with someone else gaining recognition, congratulations, and for your productivity. Let's get more cards. Six of Cups. Interesting. Six of Cups. Page of Wands. And Two of Swords. You know what? I think okay, yeah. This relationship is with someone who you met when you were probably both young, and you never saw it as what it had the potential to be. You never saw it as what it had the potential to be until you were older, and until you had, until you saw them through different eyes one day. Page of Wands is paired with the Three of Swords. So I think tragedy made you somehow recognize one another. Let's clarify that a little bit more. The Devil. Oh my god, the original chill. What is going on? I keep trying to pull because I want to see if I can get some kind of answer as to like what the nature of this relationship is specifically. What is the nature of this relationship? Three of Pentacles is our answer. Okay, so I don't think it's a love relationship that we're dealing with here. I think it's probably some type of business relationship where you have oh, I just dropped a card. Where you have really good, like productive synergy with someone, and it's someone that you met whenever you were young, whenever you were both young, but you didn't recognize one another until you were older, and until some type of major tragedy kind of shook the wool from off of your eyes, and then your world turned upside down, and you're able to focus for whatever reason on building something with this other person. It's kind of one of these moments where like, you know, something terrible happens in your life, and even though it's terrible, whenever it's gone, it's like, oh, I have been completely ignoring this, like, I've been completely sleeping on my potential in this other area. Oh, because I was in this horrible relationship, I didn't realize that I was having this like perfect career handed to me on a platter that I never would have accepted because I was in this horrible relationship. And now this relationship is done and I'm sad about it because like obviously like I thought I was in love with them, and like now they're gone and I'm sad, but oh, I didn't realize I was having this perfect life handed to me, you know? So your life gets kind of flipped upside down, some kind of crazy tragedy, and it shakes the wool from off of your eyes. I just dropped a card, sorry. Shakes the wool from off of your eyes. And reveals to you this path that's being handed to you perfectly. this path that's being handed to you perfectly. So you're breaking your chains and able to, you're breaking your chains and you're able to finally see this other opportunity that's been lying in wait for you, that's just been waiting for you to accept it and bring you prosperity. All right? This other opportunity has been quietly with you all along, just waiting for you to allow it to bring so much prosperity in your life. Let's get one more card. The Eight of Wands. Once it starts, once you escape the bonds of this thing that is keeping the wool over your eyes, it's going to happen fast, and it's going to be like an avalanche. It's going to feel good. I feel like you don't realize, or you might be just getting out of it right now, but it's like you really don't realize what kind of trap you're in. Oh, sorry for the bonk. You really don't realize what kind of rut and trap you're in until it ends abruptly. And that end is going to be painful because it's probably not going to be you in control of that end. But once it's gone, it's going to actually be like a massive relief. Does that make sense? It's going to be such a massive relief for this bad thing to be gone. And then success is going to be lying in wait for you. And it's going to come in a way that's fun, you know? 2 of Cups, 3 of Pentacles, 8 of Wands. These are fun cards. 10 of Pentacles is absolute prosperity and goodness and productivity. Page of Wands, yeah, I mean, these are fun, happy cards. Let's get an oracle card as well. Oracle card, oracle card, oracle card. Serious intention and direction. Offer me direction and exhibit my intention. My head is full of dreams and my existence is a fantasy. That's interesting. Offer me direction and exhibit my intention. My head is full of dreams and my existence is a fantasy. Yeah. I think that you are trapped in this web. You're trapped in this web, this dream, this fantasy. But it's going to fall away soon. And even though it might be painful, the end of that dream is going to give you the clarity to know that it was a nightmare. And that now that you have intention and direction and possibility, your potential is so much greater. Your potential is so much greater. And you have the ability to find that potential, okay? Opportunity is being handed to you. The original chill. You just gotta take it. You gotta take it. And then it's all smooth sailing from there, alright? Thank you for letting me read for you. I hope that resonated. And I hope that you enjoyed. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ba 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 da bum 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 bum. I want to sit like a goblin. I hope you're happy. Are you trying to trigger me? Are you trying to wicked trigger me? You are. I see through it, Destructicon. I hope you're happy now that you're choosing this. I hope it brings you bliss. I really hope you get it and you don't live to regret it. I hope you're happy in the end. I hope you're happy, my friend. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, 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 ba. We're not gonna go on. That's where it ends. I like when the fool is drawn with a dog. I do too. I like fools with the dog. You know, I don't even know if I'm near any children. Like, I don't even know if there's children here. No more feral children? No. Okay? No. Every now and then, outside my place, I see, like, middle school girls making TikToks, though, which is hilarious. They're, like, dancing in the parking lot. I'm like, damn. That's what we do now. That's what we do now. Do you feel the cringe or want to join them? Neither. I definitely don't want to join them because they're like 11-year-old girls. But I don't cringe either. I'm just like, oh. Tyler, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your tip. I would love to give you a reading. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's see what the cards have for Tyler. Tyler, turbid, 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 turbid. Let's see, let's see. We have the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune. I dropped it. The Wheel of Fortune. And the King of Pentacles. And the Six of Wands. The Wheel of Fortune, the King of Pentacles, and the Six of Wands. This is interesting. I think this is you, as a leader, Turbid, having to manage the, like, having to manage a large group of people, even though their idols keep changing, if that makes sense. Whenever you are a big leader, King of Pentacles, right? Whenever you're managing resources, the King of Pentacles is someone who manages resources, manages people's time, money, and labor. Whenever you're one of these people who manages people's resources, you have to be sensitive to like what the people are into at the different times. And I think there's a certain acceptance that you have to have for how people's interests just constantly change. And you can't really do anything about that. You can't really judge what people want to do with their free time when you give them their free time. You can't really control what they want to do with their money when you give them money. You can't really control what kind of shit they want to put on their potatoes when you give them their potatoes, who they want to eat their potatoes with. But it's still your job to give them their free time, their potatoes, their money, whatever. The Six of Wands here is referring to the whims of what's popular among the people. Okay? And you, as the leader here, the King of Pentacles, have to be a good leader even when the people who you are managing have sort of popular values, excitements, whatever you want to call it, that don't align with you. Sometimes you will see yourself in the people you manage, and sometimes you'll be like, why the heck do you care about this? But you still have to take care of them. You know what I mean? You still have to take care of them. Because that's your job. You're the person who has the resources and the money and the time, or at least the person who allocates them. So even whether your people are familiar to you or unfamiliar to you, you must lead them with love and generosity, okay? Thank you, Turbid. I hope that resonated in some way for you. And I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for allowing me to read for you. Hello, Maria Leonor. Hello. Y'all, I'm gonna have to take the beanbag out pretty soon. Pretty soon. It is getting to be that season. It's getting to be that season. I'm cold. My nails are purple because I'm cold. Look at how purple my thumb is. It's crazy. Well, I'm not a boss or anything, but I like to take care of my friends, and I've given money to a friend of mine recently, so that could be something interesting. Yes, cozy times ahead. Cozy times. You need more iron in that system, or warmth, or both. Yeah. I have a sweater. I might put it on. It's been on the floor next to me, and I keep seeing it out of the corner of my eye and thinking that it is crazy. But it's not. It's just my jacket. It's just my jacket. I have a friend that has bad circulation, so she's cold in like 78 degrees indoor temps. Dang. I am not cold at 78 degrees, that's for sure. But I do start getting cold around like 73, probably. A little chilly. A little chilly, 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 chilly. Yeah, 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 yeah. Y'all, has Alex O'Connor been like popping up all over y'all's algorithm? I feel like Alex O'Connor is like blowing up right now. He's like on a media tour. This has happened a couple times in the past, but it's always so crazy to me because I remember watching Alex O'Connor when I was in high school. And he's like around my age. I think he might even be like a year younger than me or something. And it's always been so. I remember when I first started watching him and I was in high school, and I was like, wow, this kid thinks he knows a lot. He's like a year younger than me, and he thinks he's smart. He thinks he's so smart, you know? And he is very smart. He is very smart. I don't know these Alex and Connors. Alex O'Connor, yes, you do. You know Alex O'Connor. You just can't remember who he is, but you know who he is. But he is, yeah, I mean, he's very smart now, and he's like doing really good work, I think, in philosophy and theology and religion and all of this. And I've been enjoying his content, but I don't know why. It's really hard for me to put my finger on it, even though I think he does engage in genuinely productive conversation. Chrissy! Oh my gosh, Chrissy! Hello, Chrissy! Hello, Chrissy! Hello, Chrissy! Welcome! Welcome in! Welcome in! So nice to see y'all. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome in. My name is Sleepy, and I make ASMR on Twitch and YouTube. So glad to have you. Yeah, you're right, I do see his videos. He's debating Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins. He actually just moderated a debate between Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins, which is, it's so cool to see him come so far. You know what I mean? Like, when I watched him, when I found him, he was just like a kid in his bedroom talking about why he didn't believe in God, you know? Talking about why he had issues with the Bible. And like now he's moderating debates between Jordan Peterson and Richard Dawkins. That is so exciting for him. I'm so happy for him. But also, I've never been able to perfectly put my finger on it, but there's something that prevents me from enjoying lots of Alex O'Connor's content. I like it a little bit, but usually whenever I like a creator, I can like binge their stuff happily. But I can't binge his stuff. I was thinking about it earlier today, and I think it's because I'm sure it's just part of his like branding and that he doesn't show it, but there's very little like joy from him that ever comes through. Too much ego? It's not ego. I think it's really just seriousness. Maybe a little bit of ego, but I mean, like, Jordan Peterson has a massive ego, but I can still kind of enjoy his like crazy ramblings because he's clearly like really passionate and kind of, there's something about it. His charisma can make up for the ego in a way. But like Alex O'Connor, I feel like doesn't have a lot of like joy that comes through. He very rarely laughs, very rarely even smiles. I'm sure he does in real life with his friends and family and blah 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 blah. But like in his content and in, you know, these debates, these philosophical conversations, if he does crack a joke, he doesn't even laugh at it. He doesn't even laugh at his own jokes. Like, come on. Come on. He seems very clinical. Yeah, that's a very good way to say it. Very, very clinical. Yes. And I would love to see him be happy. But that's just me being like parasocial, honestly though. So like I'm calling myself out on that one. He does not owe me his joy or his happiness. He's a philosopher. I'm very serious. He's a very serious philosopher. And if that's what he wants to be, then that's what he wants to be. And he has established himself as, I think, a very respectable philosopher. He even has a mustache now. It's crazy. Crazy to see how he's grown. I'm gonna debate him and just do a stand-up routine until he laughs. Good. Good. Any philosophy books you'd recommend reading? I always recommend Ishmael. Ishmael by, oh no, Ishmael by some old dude. It has a D in it. No, I can't think of the name, sorry. There's a book called Ishmael written in like the 90s, and that's Daniel Quinn. You got it, Merksip. You got it. You got it. I have a sneeze. That was a satisfying sneeze. Peterson doesn't have a huge ego. He's just very firmly believes his own way of thinking and has it well thought out ahead of time. I've seen him crack before. Yeah. I think that's true as well. I don't think he has like a crazy ego. I just was saying that I don't think his ego is smaller than Alex O'Connor's, you know? So I don't think ego is like the problem Alex O'Connor has, if that makes sense. I think in order to be a speaker, a philosophical speaker, there's a certain amount of ego that you must have, for sure. Do you laugh in the face of your enemies? I do, but only because I'm scared and awkward, and my response to that is, you know what I mean? Like, when someone's like, I'm gonna kill you, give me everything you have, I'm like, oh, okay, here, sorry. Yes. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, squish, squish. Ah, God, I love that sound. Anime Birder, 22 months. Amazing. Thank you so much for your sub. Anime Birder. A click and shk. I dot ham. Ishk. B click click. I dot R D shk. E arsk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What's your favorite thing about football season? What's my favorite thing about football season? The roads close, so it's a good excuse to say, sorry, I can't make it. You know, in Louisiana. You can be like, sorry, I can't make it. The roads are closed where I am because of the football game. And then you just get to stay inside and watch anime. Not a bunch of hot, sweaty men hitting each other? No. No. I'm sorry. Sorry, boys. It's all you. Did you finish Shield Hero Season 2 yet? No, I did not. Every day that LSU is playing is a holiday down in the south. It's true. It's true. Amber Villan. Amber Villan. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. A click am shk shk. B E R shk. B I dot. L L shk. A sk. N click U sk. E B A shk. A shk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why do the streets close? Too many drunks? In Baton Rouge, the main reason the streets close, I would say, is because of tailgating and because the entire town kind of has to become a parking lot. Or at least the town, like, around LSU, which is, like, a lot of the town, you know? It's, like, the whole area becomes parking lot because many people need to park because stadium. Thank you for being amazing. Aw, thank you for being amazing. Thank you. Any advice for a leg cramp? Cut it off. Also banana. Oh, good calculation, Destructicon. Stadium big, people small, many people in stadium, many people cars, cars medium. Korusama, welcome, 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 welcome to la, lay, 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 to la, lay. Now do it with me, okay? Tula, lay, tula, lay, tula, lay, tula, lay, tula, lay, tula, lay, tula, lay. Dun, dun, dun. drawer was not closing, and I shoved it really hard, and then it closed. But it closed really hard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I will try to be more nice to my things. I'm sorry. But, Destructicon has triggered an event, so listen up, class. Listen up, class. I have a very important question to ask you, and if you answer it correctly, you'll win back scratches for the entire class. Okay? Are you ready? Here's the question. What is the capital of Wyoming? What is the capital of Wyoming? What is the capital of Wyoming? Here's your hint. Why, oh why is Anne so shy? 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 Green Ninja, the little Sharky, CEO, Amber Villanueva, Gizli, Merksep, Goru Summit, Tony Moralest, Ukrainiano, myself, 656. Good job, you've won back scratches for the entire class. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Scratch, 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 scratch. Scratch, 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 scratch. Very good. Good job. I realized while I was doing that with this lighting, A Court of Thorns and Roses is really popping. I look like I'm advertising for A Court of Thorns and Roses. It's like... A Court of Thorns and Roses. It is a good book, but I am not sponsored. I'm sorry, I've got the yawns tonight. I've got the yawns. I am a yawn maestro. Little phone book. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you. li.HOSK_NSHK_EBO_K. Thank you, Ricky's Live, as well. I'm glad that you like the yawning noises. Very glad. You can't be yawning, you need to go to the gym. I know. I'm gonna eat, though. After I stream, I will eat food before I go to the gym, which I know isn't great, but it's better than being hungry, which I will be. So I'd rather work out on a stomach full of food than work out on an empty stomach at the end of the day. So food will give me energy. And I don't want to eat after the gym, because after the gym I go to bed. After the gym I take a shower and go to bed. And that's not the vibe. Not the vibe. Exercising with an empty stomach is torture. I agree. I so agree. Oh my god. I just gotta be smart about what I eat, you know what I mean? Before I go to the gym, I probably don't want to be having some crazy meal, but I can absolutely have, a dinner that will digest easily. ever feel hungry after the gym? Not really. I mean, sometimes if I'm, uh, it's not like a formula, you know what I mean? Like if I haven't eaten enough, then yeah, I'll probably be hungry after the gym. But no, working out, lifting doesn't make me hungry. Going on long walks and running can make me very, very hungry. But lifting doesn't make me super hungry. But I have found that after lifting, I'm like not hungry at all. But once I start eating, it's like the insulin or something. Or I don't know if it's insulin. If I start as soon as I start eating, the hunger hits after I go to the gym. After lifting specifically. And I think that's because usually whenever I eat fruit. I love fruit, and fruit can make you hungrier because it is like higher in sugar. So like I guess I kind of deserve it. But if I'm lifting afterwards, I can usually go to sleep pretty easily. But if I am lifting and then I eat like an apple, then I'm gonna get really hungry. Do you eat or drink anything after the gym? I definitely drink water. I'm a big fan of water. Water all the time. All the time. All the time. If you're thirsty, it's too late. If you're thirsty, it's too late. Too late. I had a gallon of water as a bottle era. Yeah. There's always someone in the room who's in that era, you know? Everyone has their, like, little bottle of water. There's always that one person who has, like, a gallon. Here comes Joe with his jug. Yep, yep. Tell me how this sounds, okay? I'm going to brush the boom arm with the Wyoming stick. Tap, 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 tap. Does that sound okay? Is that a nice noise or a bad noise? Is it okay or is it bad? Okay or bad, 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 bad. We can try on the mic. Directly on the mic. Big EP love. Thank you, Neechix. Thank Howdy, howdy. Scratch. Scratchy, 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 scratch. Ow. That didn't hurt. I just had an empathetic moment with my glasses. I just remember the vampire topic. There's a recent anime called The Call of the Night. It's a cool take on vampires. Interesting, interesting. Are you into Vampire the Masquerade? I'm not, but I have connections who are into Vampire the Masquerade. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I think my least favorite thing that happened in Love is Blind Habibi is Noor, is that her name? Yeah, Noor. She was the girl who I was talking about who's like a model. She was cool. She was nice. She was sweet. I liked her. But there seemed to be a point in the show where it was very clear that the like producers told her that it was time for her to like be a villain. And there was like a party happening and she like literally came in and just played the villain. And it was so abrupt. And I think they called it Love is Blind Habibi, yes. I think like part of the reason why it was so clearly fake was actually because of the language barrier to an extent. Like she was like, I don't know, I feel like I remember that there was this scene where she was like tossing her hair and she was like, Noor is here now, and she like said it in a very like villainous way, and it was like, what is happening? Who told you to like be evil all of a sudden? Yeah. It was very weird. It was very, very weird. And everyone knew it too. Everyone was like afraid of her. I mean, it's possible that stuff happened behind the scenes as well that made her like a genuine villain. That I don't know. But it seemed like very abrupt and uncalled for her to just randomly be the evil person dunking on all the girls and dunking on all the guys. Made no sense. Chestnut, thank you for the follow. Your name reminded me of my mom. I will never forget. I will never forget some Christmas Eve being in the car with my mom and being like, I don't know, I was probably like 12 or 13, and we were listening to, I can't think of the name of the song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir. That one, you know. And folks dressed up like Eskimos, everybody knows. A turkey and some mistletoe. That one. And I just turned to my mom and I was like, what does a chestnut look like? What does a chestnut look like? And she looked at me. She didn't respond vocally. She looked at me with an air of seriousness. We were sitting in the driveway of the house. She pulled like a receipt from somewhere hidden in the car, like a receipt out of her purse, and she got a pen. And she just did that and looked at me. And I was like, huh? Ha 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 ha. And I laughed so hard for like a week. It was a boob joke. It was a boob joke. It was very funny. I don't know if I'm allowed to draw that on Twitch, but I think it should be okay. I think it should be okay. Do you have a favorite Christmas song? I like The First Noel and Oh Holy Night probably the most. Probably The First Noel the most. I like The First Noel. Forest Bear! Oh my god! We've had 3 raids tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you, Forest Bear. Thank you so much for your raid. So glad to have you. My name is Sleepy, and I make ASMR on Twitch and on YouTube. Very nice to meet you, raiders. Christmas songs are so nostalgic to me. It brings me right back. Yeah, I love Christmas songs. Dang, how in that one moment did I get marker on my hand? You've been raided so much tonight, seems like a pirate season. It must be. Arr, matey. Hello, Forest Fair, welcome in. Thank you for your raid. Thank you. I love Christmas time, the warmth of indoor heat and Christmas songs and pastries, yes. From the whiteboard, yeah, from the whiteboard. Somehow in that like 2-second drawing I got marker on my hand, but not anymore. Not anymore. I guess I did erase it with my hand, didn't I? I guess I did. I do deserve it. I do deserve everything that befalls me, don't I? Don't I? Oh, Carol of the Bells is good. Yes. Very good. Carol of the Bells. Thank you, Forest Fair. You have a good night as well. Get yourself some good rest, okay? Have yourself a merry little Christmas. That one's good, but it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad though. I do confess that, like, I like the ones about Jesus, you know? I think that's why I like Oh Holy Night and the First Noel. Because, like, I swear I'm not trying to suck up right now to the church. I'm not. But, like, legitimately, I get so hype about the birth of Jesus. It's my favorite part, okay? It's my favorite part. It's like so Jesus. Jesus is being born. Oh my god. I was wondering if we could do some towel sounds in the background. I don't have a normal towel. I have a microfiber towel at hand. But all of my other towels are where people keep towels, you know? And I don't want to have to get up. He's pretty much the best. So true, Ninjori. So true. Is there a new Jesus born every Christmas? Dude, the same Jesus is born every Christmas. It's the eternal mystery. It's the eternal mystery. Okay. Click, 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 click. The first Noel, angel did say. How do you feel about Away in a Manger? I really dug Away in a Manger when I was a kid. As I've gotten older, Away in a Manger is like less musically interesting to me, but I still like it. Away in a manger, no crib or bird. The first Noel and O Holy Night go crazy high. Away in a Manger goes so much lower than you expect. I love O Come Emmanuel. Yes. Was Jesus actually born on Christmas? Probably not. But, you know, details, schmetails. Oh my god, Mary Did You Know slaps. Mary Did You Know is such a girl hype song. Mary, did you know that your baby boy would someday walk on water? Mary, did you know that your baby boy would save our sons and daughters? Did you know that your baby boy would walk where you just tried? This child that you that you delivered will soon deliver you. Mary, did you know? I think I got some verses mixed up there, but whatever. I'm okay with it. Mary, did you know that your baby boy like you're a blind man? Mary, did you know that your baby boy would calm a storm with his hand? And did you know that your baby boy does when you kiss your little baby? You kiss like the sun god. Mary, did you know? Hello, Gay Cheeto Puff. Welcome to the chat. How's stream been? Stream has been so fun. We've talked about Love is Blind Habibi and Alex O'Connor and Christmas. All of the fun things. We've talked about Cain and Abel and sacrifice versus the pacifists versus the protectors. And vampires. We did talk about vampires. We did. Gay Cheeto Puff. You know, whenever I was a kid, I don't think I ever really had Cheeto Puffs, but I remember, like, cheese puffs. Like, those big, like, cheese puffs? Cheese balls? Cheese puffs? I don't know. Which in my head are kind of the same as Cheeto Puffs, I guess. And I was never really a fan of them, but I still remember them, and I guess I associate them with childhood. And the other day at this vegan market that I went to, and I've been vegan for a long time, there was this chip vendor who sold like potato chips in vegan flavors. And potato chips are usually vegan, so like not really anything special, but what was special was that he had like a cheese pizza flavored potato chip. And I tried it, and it did not taste very good, but it reminded me of cheese puffs so much, and it made me so nostalgic. It was the one food that I actually got at the fun little market. Like the one eatable food were these cheese pizza flavored potato chips that didn't taste like good. They actually tasted kind of gross to me because like I'm sorry Cheeto Puff, Gay Cheeto Puff. It's not really my kind of flavor, but it reminded me so much of my childhood. I was just like, I want to eat these. I just want to buy a bag of these and eat these because of the nostalgia factor. And I did. I ate the weird cheesy potato chips that were vegan. Have you tried Takis? No, they're not vegan. They have milk. You should try the gay ones. Honestly, fair. The child that you delivered will soon deliver you. What an absolutely psychotic line to be in like a Christian like hymn about the Virgin Mother. It's hilarious. The wordplay, the boldness, the child that you delivered will soon deliver you. Excuse me? What? What? Okay. Who wrote that song? That's an actual lyric? Yes, it's an actual lyric. So funny. So funny. Very hype song. Jesus wrote it, maybe? Probably so. It's probably like, Ma. What? How do you say Ma in Hebrew? I know father is Abba. What do they call their moms? Amma? Ma? Amba? Aman mama? Ba? No. No, I don't know. Uma? Uma? Is it Uma? What is Uma? Uma is in my head for some reason. Does anyone know how to say mom in Hebrew? Any Hebrew speaking people in the chat? Oh my goodness. Okay. No Hebrew speaking people in the chat. I will ask AI how to say mom in Hebrew. Let's see. Ima. That sounds familiar to me. Ima. It's spelled with an I though, McJake. I-M-A. Ima. But it's an Anglicization of the Hebrew anyway, so the spelling doesn't really matter. Because it's like, it looks like a little X and then an N and then an X in Hebrew characters, kind of. Ima is also how you say it in Arabic. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Jesus was probably like, Ima, I know you delivered me, but one day I'm gonna deliver you. And she was like, oh my God. I know, you're God. I'm used to it. Probably literally what happened. They probably threw grapes at each other. What are we naming this shindig? What are we naming this stream, my friends? What are we naming this stream? How's this? Who the bad people are, vampires, and Christmas. I think that's good. I'm happy with that. Let's read Enchanting Bunny Enchanting Bunny. Oh my god. I just accidentally bookmarked her stream. That's okay. I will have Enchanting Bunny's stream bookmarked for the rest of my life now. That's funny. Let's go read Enchanting Bunny, the only streamer I have bookmarked. Okay? The only streamer I have bookmarked. So that says something. Good night to you all. I hope that you sleep well. And have good dreams. And remember that sometimes the child you deliver delivers you.